Copy, thank you.
Ahoy, shipmates! As you can see there, the lines for Caribbean Princess are dropping thick and fast. She's due away at 5 o'clock. It is now 5 o'clock, and I think she's going to be away pretty much exactly at 5 o'clock. Only 2 departures today, shipmates. We have the Caribbean Princess due away now, and then the Oceania Marina at 9 o'clock. We will take a galley break in between. Quite a few shipmates up on the deck, I've noticed, on Caribbean Princess. The weather today is quite pleasant in port, only 19°C, but 68% humidity, and the breeze is picking up a bit. I popped into the Dancing Man on my way back from Oceania Marina. I've spent the day on Oceania Marina. I was treated to a 5-course lunch, tour of the ship, told me what it was all about. It was very good indeed. Ahoy there, shipmate Paula Jones, and ahoy there, Joe McKenney, and ahoy there, Dean Willis, and ahoy there, Deborah Speller, and ahoy there, CS28. Yeah, in fact, I've really only just got back to my cabin pretty much after departing the Oceania Marina. I must say, the Oceania Marina is a lovely cruise ship. I was sat at lunch with a table of cruise goers, which was unusual because normally I'm sat with travel agents, but these were a couple of cruise goers, so that was quite good. They were telling me all about their previous experiences on Oceania Marina. I've travelled on Oceania, Serena, and I think I've been on a few ships, and they've honed in on Oceania as their preferred cruise. Shipmate Dave, I can't remember the rest of his name, he spotted me. He was at the table and he said, "Do I recognise that voice?" And I said, "Maybe, shipmate, maybe." And he's a long-time subscriber to the channel. He recognised me. I can't go anywhere incognito these days without people recognising me. That looks like the last line is down from the Caribbean Princess. I think she's probably going to start moving anytime soon. I'm going to put the outside microphone on because we know how the Princess lines like to honk. And the wind is... the wind has picked up suddenly, hasn't it? But the wind is generally in the right direction. It should blow the sound towards the microphone. So don't worry, we should hear plenty of honking. Can't hear any honking just yet, just lots of seagulls. Yep, starting to move backwards. Just the 2 departures today here in the Port of Southampton. We have the Caribbean Princess, who's in Ocean Terminal. And then further up port, where I've been today, which is on the Oceana Marina. It does feel quite humid in port today. Looks like she's moving forward. Just waiting for those horns. Is off on what they're calling a 14-day round trip, Ireland, Scottish Highlands and Wales. I'm not sure what they're doing there. It's more like Cornwall, Ireland, Wales, Ireland, Northern Ireland, and then around Scotland. Lovely trip though. 14 days, calling it Falmouth. Rather unusual. Don't see many calling it Falmouth, do we? Looks like there's a lot of shipmates up on the top deck there. Or the sail away party. Just seeing the bow of Caribbean Princess now poking up. Caribbean Princess, I've got to be one of the older ships on the Princess fleet. She's 20 years old, built in 2004, at a cost of $500 million US dollars. 289 meters long and 112,000 gross tons. Should have somewhere in the region of 3,800 passengers on board. This time of year, all the ships departing the Port of Southampton are really busy. And she has 1,200 crew. She's calling at Falmouth in the UK. Then, as I've been instructed by various shipmates, it's called Cove in Ireland. It looks like Cobb to me, but anyway, we'll call it Cove, Cork in Ireland. Then Holyhead in Anglesey. Then back to Northern Ireland, Belfast. Then to Greenock in Glasgow, up in Scotland. Then Stornoway, the Isle of Lewis and Harris. Then Invergordon, round the corner to Leith in Edinburgh. And then all the way to Portland. And then back to Southampton. It seems like an odd manoeuvre there. I don't quite understand why you'd go to Portland and then come back to Southampton. But anyway, I'm not driving the ship. I'm merely commentating on where it's going. But that certainly is around the UK cruise. And I think they've actually got a good weather week for a change. The weather recently has not been very favourable. I think this week they've scored well. some bad weather. It's the trouble with August in the UK. The weather can be brilliant or awful. In my experience, if you're planning something, the weather is likely to be awful when you plan it. If you just happen to be free on a weekend, it can be really rather nice. I can see quite a few shipmates out on their balconies. Oh, I've been neglecting the chat. Who's else in the chat? Plenty of shipmates in the chat. Oh, they're Dean Willis. Oh, they're Mrs. AEO. Oh, they're out for Mama. Says, hope you're well. Yes, I am very well indeed, shipmate. I'm well and stuffed, quite frankly, after my 5 courses on the Oceania Marina. Certainly stuffed me up. Oh, the Ellie Burley. Oh, there, shipmate Bean. It's a wonderful day, though, to departing the port of Southampton. Look at that. The water is tranquil and smooth. Has a sort of turquoisey gleam to it. Sky is, I wouldn't say it was clear, but there's some...
All stations. This is Southampton VTS. Information, we have a carrier on channel 12, temporary transmission. All stations, please check your equipment. Southampton VTS.
Somebody is accidentally transmitting all the time on VTS. That's why we're getting strange noises across. Occasionally that does happen. People drop their microphones down by the side of the helm or something and it gets caught and the trigger gets pressed on permanently. You're transmitting all the time. The trouble is, if you're transmitting all the time, you can't hear someone to tell you that you're transmitting all the time, if that makes sense. Shipmate Alpha Mama says, says her front looks like the nose of a bottlenose dolphin. I can see that, you know. I can see what you mean, shipmate. I've always thought what's amusing with the Caribbean Princess is the stern. There's this sort of facility on the top of the stern. Looks like a handle. I'm not sure if it was in this one or one of the other ones, but I think it's the nightclub these days. It was something else, and they've converted it to nightclub. Looked to me like a brilliant place for the nightclub, right out there in the middle of nowhere, out of harm's way. Shouldn't offend anyone. You can make as much noise as you like until the early hours of the morning in the nightclub. But it looks like the Caribbean Princess. There's a fair bit of Caribbean sun there. Look at that, it's lighting up a whole lot beautifully. Okay, she's starting the turn now. Heading off, her first port of call is Falmouth, which is it's unusual. We don't see many cruise ships leaving the port of Southampton here to heading to Falmouth.
Return to Southampton BTS, all received, thank you, passing West Princessa. The Lady Claudia, you see the north of the Nab Tower approaching Nab End Buoy. She is proceeding for pilot at boarding ground Foxtrot. Over.
There we go. You can see right down the port side of the Caribbean Princess.
Altitude 3, Southampton BTS. Good afternoon.
It's really looking very splendid. There you go. There she's starting approach dock head.
Altitude 3, Southampton BTS, that's all received. What's your destination, please?
Doesn't take long to turn and get out from the ocean terminal if you're pointing the right direction. Shipmate Terry says she needs a paint tidy up.
Departure 3 BTS, that's all received. Thank you very much. The Manchester promoter, she is approaching Wesley Point out.
Yeah, I can see there's a few areas that you could do with like a paint, isn't there?
Manchester promoter, Southampton BTS. Manchester promoter, BTS. Public information. The Challenger 3, 22-metre sail training vessel. She is approaching the Needles Fairway Buoy inbound. Sorry, for elevation, BTS Stevenson.
Lovely departure time. Spot on the money. Left pretty much exactly at 5 o'clock as scheduled.
Sorry, for innovation, Southampton BTS. That's all received, thank you. The Manchester promoter just passing the Salt Meat Buoy outbound. And you've got the Clear Channel cruise vessel, Caribbean Princess, head outbound, so you will need to watch points there, I'm afraid.
Caribbean Princess, a Clear Channel vessel. That means that all other ships have to give way to her.
Thank you.
So I've got the one of the red funnels sneaking past. They can avoid the Clear Channel problem. She's slowly disappearing past the deckhead. Well, that's rather annoying because we didn't hear the horns, did we? What happened to those horns? I had the microphone on as well. It's no good if she. It's no good if she. Well, I was going to say it's no good if she plays them now. She might be playing them now. Might be able to hear them. Can I hear them in the background slightly? No, I don't think I can. No, I can't hear anything. No, pity about that horns. Anyway, so this is the Caribbean Princess departing the port of Southampton. Oh, I know I've forgotten again. In case you're wondering, I am the captain of the Solent Ships YouTube channel, providing live streaming cameras from the port of Southampton 24/7. And on special occasions, I come along and do a broadcast. Caribbean Princess is departing the port of Southampton. She's headed off to Falmouth. I know it doesn't sound that exotic, does it? You're expecting somewhere like Aruba or Cadiz or Barcelona, somewhere exciting. She's heading off to Falmouth. That's not to say that Falmouth can't be exciting, but it doesn't sound exciting. Anyway, after Falmouth, off to Cove in Ireland, then Holyhead in Anglesey, then back to the island of Ireland, or Belfast in Northern Ireland, then Greenock in Glasgow, Stornoway in the Isles of Lewis and Harris, Invergordon in Scotland, Leith, which is based in Edinburgh, and then the Isle of Portland, which is an odd stop to me because that's like she's going past Southampton and then she comes back. I'm not entirely sure what you can see in the Isle of Portland. Last time I was there, the only thing I saw that was of any interest was the Bibby Stockholm. Perhaps people like to go and see the Bibby Stockholm. There she goes, heading down Southampton water. The next away is not away until 9 o'clock, and that's the Oceana Marina. She's coming from this end of the port, and there you go. You can see those busy little chaps down there in Mayflower Park have already erected quite a lot of the structure for the massive marquee for the Southampton International Boat Show. It's a massive undertaking, it really is. It's quite impressive how much they build in such a short space of time. Shipmate Terry suggests that he's not sure that the Bibby Stockholm is of interest. Fair enough. Everyone's got their own interest. It was the last time I...
BTS Redjet 6, sorry. Good evening, Town Quay to Cows, please.
Redjet 6 BTS received, thank you. Red Falcon just passing your station going into the Royal Pier. And the Clear Channel Caribbean Princess Northwest Netley. Outbound.
Receive, thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure everyone likes the Bibby Stockholm, but it was the only thing I could see when I was on the... last year I went to the Holland America line, Rotterdam. She was in Portland for the day, and I paid a ship visit. And once you got onto the top deck of the ship and wandered around, the only thing you could see of any interest was the Bibby Stockholm. I think at the time she was in the news a lot, so it was sort of amusing. Shipmate Alpha says, aren't they getting rid of the Bibby Stockholm? Yeah, I heard about that as well. I don't think they're using it. I'm not really sure. Not really sure what's going on with that. I'm sure it's the government making good use of our taxpayer dollars. Does look really wonderful weather though for a sail away though on a Thursday evening here in the wonderful Port of Southampton. We are looking at somewhere around 19 centigrade and 71% humidity. And the wind has picked up all of a sudden. I said before the wind picked up, it was really pleasant out there. You might find it a bit breezy now. Quite a few sailboats out there. Shipmate JBT Online says, can't think of the most boring tour. I think he means it's the more boring tour. Well, it just seems odd to me that a ship called the Caribbean Princess is doing a tour of the UK. It says, you know, Caribbean, I'm expecting sun. Not going around the UK. But on the other hand, I think the weather is going to be rather good for their cruise. They're away for 14 days. I think they've got some good weather coming up. Well, the shipmate Teresa Lewis says, good evening, Captain. Hope you enjoyed your ship visit and an awesome lunch. Yes, I did. I did enjoy my lunch a lot. It was well paced, many courses over a number of hours. Absolutely perfect. I was also accompanied by a rather
that's all receiving.
A rather robust red. That's the boat show that's under construction. I see they're still working down there. They're a lot of hard workers they are. A bit of a silhouette here on the Caribbean Princess. Well, I did say that I was going to live stream every day until Sunday. But I'm not sure that's going to be possible. I'm off to the farm tomorrow. Now, rather bizarrely, the farm does have high-speed fibre optic internet, which is marvellous. Unfortunately, the owner of the farm has told me yesterday that they have a fault with their internet, and BT has told them they might have to run another fibre optic cable. Therefore, they may not have connectivity until
Thank you.
Until Monday afternoon. So it looks like I might not be able to do any more live streams once I get into the wilderness of the small holding farm, which is a shame because I was hoping to live stream every day this week. And there's some really busy days coming out, especially Sunday. Sunday's going to be massively busy. Oh, don't worry, these cameras are live streaming all the time. So if you come onto the YouTube channel, Solent Ships, you will find the cameras are streaming all the time. So you can still watch the ships going away. It's just unfortunately you won't be able to hear me waffling on in the background. Unless, of course, BT sort out their fibre internet in time. Hi there, shipmate. CS28 says, have you primed Marina to honk? Actually, no, I haven't. I would think even Caribbean Princess didn't honk on her way out, so I would say it's a good chance there's going to be no honking from Marina, unfortunately. In fact, Marina is our next departure, but she's not due away until 9 o'clock, which I'm thinking is going to be quite dark by then. Look at that. Beautifully flat water. It does look like it's a bit overcast now, doesn't it? It's not as clear as it was earlier. What's it like over in Cowes? Weather looks much better over in Cowes. People on the Isle of Wight always tell me that the weather is better on the Isle of Wight. I'm not sure I believe them, but they seem convinced.
Yeah, during the woods, I don't speak. During the woods, I don't speak. That's all received. Thank you. No immediate traffic at this time.
Southampton VTS, Southampton VTS, BYD Explorer number 1, 5 Lima Lima Kilo 9. Do you read me?
Station calling Southampton VTS. Say again the vessel name.
Good afternoon. This is BYD Explorer 5 Lima Lima Kilo 9. This is just 3 hours pre-departure notification, sir.
BYD Explorer Southampton VTS. That's all received. Thank you. Confirm we have your departure scheduled for 20:45 local time. So,
Good, sir. Thanks.
the Red Osprey calling Southampton VTS. Red Osprey VTS. Thank you. The Red Eagle was just coming up to the lookout, and the Clear Channel Caribbean Princess. Cadland out, Jet 6 Northwest Nelly. Any all rejects all received, thank you. 30-metre yacht La Masquerade just coming up to the Gurnard Ledge in 4 cows, and the Alicante cows approaching southeast right, 4 cows also. What's your thought on the Southampton here? What's your thought on the Southampton VTS? Answer yes, you may drop anchor in that position. Please call again when you've anchored and brought up. Return Southampton VTS all received, thank you, good watch. Evening, Southampton VTS. Evening, VTS all received, thank you. Got the bunker barge from Jessup promoter just passing the Solent Bank Buoy outbound. And the dredger Semexco Innovation anchored to the east of the Hampstead Ledge. We'll be getting underway shortly and proceeding inbound. 'That's all received, thank you. The 22 metre sea fin at Yarmouth inbound, and the Caribbean Princess now SO1 out, so it should be clear when you're ready to pass easily. That's great. VCS. That's great, Southampton VCS. Thank you. The Red Osprey ferry just leaving Cowes inbound for Southampton. Red Eagle just rounding from Cowshot outbound, 4 Cows, followed by the fast ferry Red Jet 6. And I got the crew passenger figures, so just remind me your draft again if you. 2.2. Quite like Southampton, yes. I will serve Southampton, yes. Apologies, you cut off there. Please say. Southampton, yes. All received, thank you. Got the Caribbean Princess there just passing it, so happy. Roger, WTS, thank you. You may proceed at speed if safe to do so. Lady Claudia, WTS. Lady Claudia, WTS, all received, thank you. I have no immediate traffic outbound. Your pilot launch is underway to you, and please maintain listening watch on channel 9 for your pilot launch, channel 12 for traffic information. That's great. That's great, Anthony. Yes, that's all received. Thank you. When are you departing again? All received. Thank you. Good evening. Carry and Princess, yes, all received. Thank you. The Lady Claudia just through the forts, boarding the pilot shortly at the Sturbridge, then inbound for 104. And the Semexco Innovation approaching the Saltmeat Boy, inbound for Crown Wharf is away your clear channel outbound. Alex McGregor, Southampton BTS.
BDS, Alex McGregor. Good evening, sir. We just departed on for our evening trip with 17 people on board. For the docks and the engine over.
Alex McGregor, Southampton BTS. That's all received. Thank you. Lady Claudia BTS. Good afternoon. Lady Claudia, Southampton BTS. That's all received. Thank you. The Kelshot gauge currently 2.8, and you may see the Caribbean Princess from the North Thorn outbound to the east.
Channel 60. BTS Full Freedom, good evening.
Well, Freedom. BTS, good evening.
BTS Full Freedom, just away from the Empress, over for Cows, please. 14 on board.
Well, Freedom, BTS, all received, thank you. Red Osprey at Hook Boy inbound. No other report to traffic.
That's all copy, thank you.
Osprey, BTS, all received, thank you. As you heard, Will Freedom just departing Empress Dock, outbound for Cows. Jaffa Promoter, BTS. Jaffa Promoter, BTS, all received, thank you. Challenger 3 just passing Hurst Point inbound.
BTS, Will Prospect.
Will Prospect, BTS.
Yeah, good evening, sir. I'd like to get away from 21 berth now. 12 plus 2 on board. They'll be heading over to Cows.
Will Prospect, BTS, all received, thank you. Red Osprey approaching 40 deep inbound.
Good copy, sir. Thank you.
6, Southampton BTS, all received, thank you. The Clear Channel Caribbean Princess, just rounding the West Bramble Buoy outbound. And no other reported traffic.
BTS Red Jet 7, good evening, departing Town Quay.
Jet 7, BTS, all received. Red Osprey, passing 40 deep inbound, and Red Jet 6, just departing Town.
BTS, let's receive, thank you.
BTS Red Falcon, shortly departing Royal Pier for Cows.
Falcon BTS, message received. Red Osprey, 40 deep inbound, and Red Jet 6, just departing house.
Copied, thank you.
Oh, Jill West, Southampton BTS, good evening.
We'll serve, we'll prospect.
Jill 1, BTS, that's all received, thank you. The tanker Monjasa promoter, approaching Hurst Point outbound. Passenger 1, BTS, all received, thank you.
We're prospect.
Mexico Innovation, BTS. Mexico Innovation, that is all received, thank you. The general cargo vessel Lady Claudia approaching Brown Down Buoy in for Southampton via the North Channel. The Red Jet 7 approaching Test Buoy, and the Red Falcon just departing Royal Pier. White light, Southampton BTS. White light, Southampton BTS, traffic information, the tanker Monjasa promoter approaching Hurst Point outbound. And did you copy the Challenger 1 warning regarding the lobster pot? Like Southampton BTS, yeah, Challenger 1 reported a lobster pot in the vicinity of their location. Over.
Santa Vita, full serve, just depart in Emperor Stock over for Cows, 8 POBs on board.
What's that BTS all received? Thank you. The Red Falcon at high knot outbound. Red Osprey approaching Hound inbound.
That's all copied, understood. Thank you very much, sir.
Challenger 3 BTS. Challenger 3 BTS all received, thank you. No reported outbound traffic for you in Western Zone. Lady Claudia, Southampton BTS. Lady Claudia, Southampton BTS. Traffic update. The Cemex Go Innovation. She's in for Crown Wolf, just past Eastleigh Buoy.
VTS, Red Osprey, Northwest Netley in.
Red Osprey, VTS, message received, thank you. No report to traffic.
Thank you.
Jet 6 BTS, that is all received, thank you. You may proceed. If safe to be safe. Right, BTS, all received, thank you. Red Eagle BTS, that is all received, thank you. And no reported traffic. The San Francisco Innovation inbound at Thorn Knoll, she's up for Crown Wharf. And the Lady Claudia general cargo vessel, Reach inbound, she's up for 104. Princess, BTS, that is all received, thank you. West of the tower, and I have no reported inbound traffic for you. Welcome, BTS, all received, thank you. Lady Claudia, Reach inbound, followed by the San Francisco Innovation, reaching North Thorn inbound. No other reported traffic. Well, prospect, BTS. Well, prospect, BTS, all received, thank you. Have a good evening. Right, welcome, BTS. Right, welcome, BTS. Additional traffic information. Vessel Seafin, approaching Calshot Spit inbound.
BTS, Red Jet 6, good evening again, Town Quay to Cows, please.
Jet 6, BTS. Message received, thank you. The general cargo vessel Lady Claudia, approaching Hook Boy inbound. The Burgess San Francisco Innovation, approaching North Thorn inbound. And the Seafin at Calshot Spit inbound.
That's all received.
Happy to have Lady Claudia.
Lady Claudia, BTS.
Evening again at the Hook Boy Inn for 104 berth.
Lady Claudia, BTS. Received, thank you. Traffic information, Red Jet 6, just departing Town Quay.
All received, thank you.
7 BTS, all received, thank you. And 7 to go innovation, Calshot Boy inbound. The Red Falcon just rounding Castle Point outbound. BTS, all received, thank you. Have a good evening. Reservation, BTS, all received, thank you. Red Jet 6, just passing Forley outbound.
Queen Princess, I'm on to BTS. Good evening. West of the tower, thank you. And there's no reported inbound traffic that would concern of you. At 7 sub on BTS, we'll receive permission to proceed if it's safe to do so, over.
Back in service tomorrow morning.
That's all received, thank you.
VTS, Red Osprey, shortly away. Royal Pierce Cows, please.
Yes, thank you so much, VTS. That's all understood. Traffic information. Lady Claudia, she's inbound for 104. She's at Dockhead now. 10 minutes go ovation. She's just past the Cadman Boy. She's inbound for Burnley, over.
Lovely. Copy, thank you.
Hey, there you go, Southampton VTS. That's all understood. Thank you. Caribbean Princess Southampton BTS. Caribbean Princess Southampton BTS, that's understood. Please maintain listening watch on channel 12 until you are 10 nautical miles of Nab Tower. Over. Which is a 6 Southampton BTS, that's all understood. Thank you.
Southampton CDS, Service Conservation, just coming up by the northwest Netley. Could I get a dockhead, tie gauge, and a traffic update over?
Innovation, Southampton BTS, that's all understood. Dockhead high gauge is 3.28 and rising, and there's no concerning traffic for you out of Itchin, over.
328 and rising, and no conflict traffic. Thank you.
Number 3, Southampton for BTS, good evening. 3, Southampton for BTS, that's all received, thank you.
BTS, ready or Northwest Alien, permission to continue.
Red Eagle, Southampton BTS, that's all received. Permission to proceed, it's safe to do so, over.
All copied, thank you. BTS, ready or?
Red Eagle, Southampton BTS.
Yeah, good evening. Just for information, there appears to be a yacht race of some type using Northwest Netley as a racing mark currently. So a few of them coming pretty close to us. I'm not sure if SP's around. Maybe have a word with them.
Red Eagle, Southampton BTS, that's received. Are they inside the main channel or are they outside?
As a mark and coming into the main channel.
That's all received, thank you. Thank you, Southampton BTS.
BTS.
The main care, Southampton BTS, that's all received. You'll be going via West Princessa. At this time, there's no reported inbound traffic that would concern you. Over. Just 6 up onto BTS, that is all understood. There have been reports of small boats racing within the area. Have you sighted anything over?
Yes, Red Jet 6, yes, the waste for a couple of yachts is just around Northwest Netley, between Northwest Netley and Dean's Elbow.
6 up onto BTS, that is all received, and permission to proceed with caution over.
That's all good. Thank you.
5, Southampton BTS, loud and clear. Falcon, Southampton BTS, that's all received. Traffic information, the Challenger 3, she's just south of northeast Gurnard. She's be inbound for Cows. And the Red Osprey, she's about to report outbound at the Hook, over. Red Osprey, Southampton BTS, that's understood, thank you. Order goodwill, Southampton BTS, that's all understood. Traffic information, Salamanca. She's just ahead of you there. She'll be using the West Princess, over. Anchor, Southampton VTS. Anchor, Southampton VTS, that's all received, thank you.
VTS, Lady Claudia.
Lady Claudia, Southampton VTS.
Good evening to you, all fast double side 104 berth.
That's all received. On your goodwill, that wants to BTS, that's all received.
BTS, Mexi Mike 5, over.
Mike 5, that wants to BTS.
BTS Mike 5, that's us now departing SMC outbound for Brown Down via the North Channel, over.
Mike 5, that wants to BTS, that's all received, thank you.
BCS, Register 6, departing Town Quay.
That wants to BTS, that's all received. Information, the FP are now heading to Northwest Netley and Western Shelf to check out the early report, over.
I saw.
FP.
Southampton BTS, I'm the BTS, Alice McGregor. Good evening again.
Alice McGregor, Southampton BTS. Good evening again.
Southampton BTS, Alice McGregor. Yeah, good evening, ma'am. We're just returning to Hyde now. All finished for the day. Thank you.
Alice McGregor, Southampton BTS. That's all received. Have a great evening.
And you, ma'am. Thank you.
Doreen Dorwood, Southampton BTS. That's all received. Thank you very much. Southampton BTS, that's all received, and there's no reported outbound traffic for you at the moment. Southampton BTS, you are too far away. Call again when you are closer. Order Quail BTS, all copied, have a safe onward passage. Salamanca, BTS. Salamanca, BTS, all copied, have a safe onward passage.
Southampton Port from cruise vessel Marina.
Marina, VTS, good evening.
Good evening. Just to inform you, 1 hour from now for us for departure. So departure 2100 local time.
Marina, VTS, that's all copied. And yes, I can confirm your departure time of 2100. Your pilot will board from the shore side 20 minutes prior to your...
Okay, copy. Pilot will embark from shoreside 20 minutes from now. Thank you.
Normandy, VTS. Normandy, VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you. And currently no reported outward bound traffic to effect.
Southampton CDS, Hemisphere Innovation. Passengers all Classic Crown Wharf, ETD will be midnight 30.
Hemisphere Innovation, VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
BTS, Red Falcon, Norfolk Natalie, permission to continue, please.
Red Falcon VTS, yes, so it's safe to do so.
Thank you. Southampton VTS, Red Eagle, shortly departing Royal Pier for Cowes.
Red Eagle VTS, good evening, that's all, copy, thank you, and currently just ferry traffic.
Thank you, ferry traffic.
Majestic VTS, good evening, that's all copied, and currently just ferry traffic.
Southampton VTS.
Eleanor, over.
Station Poland, Southampton VTS.
Southampton VTS, Suite Eleanor, good evening, ma'am. For your information, that's us about to leave the 44, going to 3839 for the Explorer, over.
Eleanor VTS, will receive, thank you.
Yeah, BYD Explorer 1. Good evening.
BYD Explorer 1, VTS, good evening.
Good evening, Lauren. That's a pilot on board here, 389 Starbside 2. Maximum draft of 9.5. 23 on board. Next port of call is Port Louis.
Explorer number 1, BTS, that's all. Copy, thank you. And traffic information, we have inward bound the Red Jet 6 just coming up to Espo.
BTS, BYD Explorer. Many thanks for that. Intention is once we've got the tugs, we'll lift off and we'll swing south of Dockhead.
Explorer 1, BTS, that's all. Copy, thank you very much.
BTS, Kirby, good evening. Waiting 37 run for the BYD Explorer number 1.
Kirby, BTS, good evening. That's all. Copy, thank you. That's great details. That's all. Copy. Thank you. Currently just the ferry traffic. The next part would be the BYD Explorer number 1 at 20:45 from 38.
Southampton BTS 6 presently inwards and permission to carry on.
Bridge 6 BTS, yes, for the safety. On the DBTS. Norman DBTS west of the tower, and they're reported outward bound traffic.
BTS, Red Falcon, shortly shifting roll clear to Town Quay to shut down.
Red Falcon VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie BTS leading, that's all copy, thank you. Traffic information, got inward bound the Normandy, just passing through to the head and shortly joining the channel. Red Eagle, VTS Hotel.
A BTS Marina.
Marina, VTS, good evening.
Evening to you, Portside 2102 berth. Draft 7.5, we're bound for New Haven. Should be around 21:15 for departure.
Marina, VTS, that's all copy, thank you.
Ahoy, shipmates! We are back. Hopefully you've all had a good time in the galley and you feel refreshed. There's Cooties, all bright and colourful. We have the added inconvenience of the noise from the ferry terminal here. I'm not sure it's every evening, but I think it's most evenings. The Red Funnel Ferry Terminal has a visit from Hoya, although this one is unbranded. And you get this chap here. You get the Hoya truck outside of the ferry terminal, and he is bunkering for the ferries, so the ferries refuel when they're here in the terminal. But it makes a dreadful, awful noise. You can hear it on ferry cam. Right old racket. In fact, if I go to ferry cam, yeah, if I go to ferry cam, if I turn ferry cam on, you'll hear it.
Let's pray BTS. Again, thank you. The Explorer number 1, lifting off of 38.9 will be swinging south at Dockhead.
Yeah, I think you can hear that. It's just a racket, just a real metallic-y, pumpy racket noise. Oh, it's awful. Really upsets my viewing of ferry cam, that does. Right, what is next? What is next is the departure of the Oceania Marina.
Return BTS. Through the thoughts, thank you. Much clear of the Normandy inward bound. There's no other reported inward bound traffic.
She is due away in the next 4 minutes. I haven't been listening to the radio, so I'm not entirely sure if she's on time or not. Well, the shipmate John Dearloves has just got hot back from dinner in Crete. I think you're right. You have just got hot back from a dinner in Crete. Although I notice here that it's still almost 18 C outside and 76% humidity, so it's actually quite a mild evening. It's one of those evenings that one would probably enjoy sitting outside the Dancing Man with a mildly warm beer in one's hand. Oceania Marina, she's off on a 12-day round-trip Anglo-Saxon byways, London to London. And I find that an odd designation. They're referring to Southampton as being London, which, why don't they just say Southampton to Southampton? I suppose all those Americans wouldn't buy it if it said Southampton. They'd go, Southampton? Where's Southampton? We don't know Southampton. Got to go down narrow roads called the M3. So they'd probably, if they call it London, they'll think it's close enough. But I luckily, my channel sponsor, Paul from Love Cruise, he managed to get me onto the Oceania Marina today to experience some of their lovely offerings. So we started off. This was a crab cake starter. I'm not entirely sure what it was sitting on. I was sitting on some sort of jus. Lovely that was. I enjoyed that. Then it moved on to a mushroom risotto. This was a 5-course tasting lunch as well. Then the highlight of the meal was the filet mignon with the sauteed potatoes. They were really well done. It was just beautiful. Very crispy on the top. Very soft in the middle. Yeah, and a good amount, not too much. I really enjoyed that. I don't know what the sauce was. I don't remember reading about the sauce. And then there was some petit fleur for the amuse de bouche at the end. But in between, there was the dessert, which was some sort of chocolatey, wonderful creaminess, goodness. If I'm honest, it was a little bit sweet for my palate, if I'm honest. But it was very enjoyable nonetheless. So that's so I had a whole tour around the ship, the Marina, Oceania Marina. I'll make a little film about it. I know I keep saying these things. I'll make little films on it, but just surprising how long it takes to make a film about these things. They take a long time. Right, I'm just going to log into my mobile phone to get the cameras up. I'll get the itching cam up. There we go, itching cam's up. There's a little tiny bit of light in the sky. We're almost at 9 o'clock here. And there's just that merest hint of light in the sky. Well, the shipmate John Nutman says, any idea why the ship is departing now? Well, I could probably help you with that. Two reasons. Well, firstly, her next port of call is, well, bizarrely, is Edinburgh. Seems a bit odd, doesn't it? But Edinburgh is her next port of call, and that's not that far away. So it won't take long to get there. But what they tend to do on the Oceania cruises is they tend to try and stay in port longer to give people time to experience the port they're in. Looks like we've got a ro-ro here, reversing out. We're arriving. No, let's have a look. What's going on there? Ah, it's the BYD Explorer. There you go. Looks like she's just departing from the port of Southampton. She's got Svitzer Eleanor and Svitzer Ferriby helping around the corner here. BYD is a large Chinese manufacturer of electric vehicles. So it looks like they've got their own ro-ros. Makes sense, I suppose. Let's see if we can get a close-up view. I'm just moving my... There we go. Yeah, she's on the way. Well, she's either on the way out or she's repositioning. I haven't had the radio on, so it's always a little difficult to tell. Oh, there you go. It's even got a big BYD logo on the side. Actually, no, I've not seen that one before. I've taken my eye off the ball recently. I've been a bit busy with a few things, and normally I must confess I do like to watch the commercial ships coming and going from the port of Southampton, but I don't know that I've seen the BYD Ro-Ro before. Do you know what? I don't think I've actually done a drone film of a Ro-Ro, let alone a BYD Ro-Ro. I might have to do a few. I might have to do one of those. Excellent blue spanner, Mark G's filling me in with the right information. She's off to Singapore, probably to pick up more electric car goodness. It's certainly much calmer now than it was earlier. The wind has dropped. It was so funny. Just as we went live for the departure of Caribbean Princess, the wind picked up massively, and now it's dropped right back again. Get a good view here of the tugs doing their job. I'm imagining that the Oceania Marina might be waiting for this Ro-Ro to depart. The Oceania ship, range of cruise ships, they pitched themselves as... What did they say? They did tell me on the ship what they pitched themselves as. They don't pitch themselves ultimately luxury or super luxury. I think they call themselves... What do they call themselves? Premium? No, not budget luxury. No. I don't know. They place themselves... They place themselves higher than the general cruise ships. Higher than Cunard. But not as high as, say, the Regent. think that's affordable luxury. I think that's the term they used. Oh, that's going to be a bit tricky. It's getting a bit dark, isn't it, for Forley Cam at that distance? I haven't heard anything on the radio. I've not been listening. I've got to confess, I was busy in the galley for a while there. There she goes. She's spinning around the dock head. Now, I did promise that I would be live streaming every day until Sunday. We are currently at Thursday, and I've broadcasted every day this week, which is incredibly unusual. I've never done this before. I've never broadcast so much before. I can imagine you all must be sick and tired of hearing the captain waffling on. But unfortunately, I'm off to the farm on Friday, tomorrow. And the bad news is my shipmate who owns the farm has told me that his fibre optic internet connection, which gives him super fast internet on the farm, is broken. BT have been trying to fix it all week, and they've now given him an update of end of working day on Monday. So if I go to the farm, my idea was I was going to live stream from the farm because it has super fast internet. But at the moment, it's got super slow internet, and that's not really going to cut it for live streaming. So I might not be able to live stream over the weekend. Unless BT fix their broadband quicker than they're estimating, which sounds unlikely for BT, doesn't it? There we go. You can see the tugs pulling around the BYD Explorer. I'm not just reading that off the back there. And in fact, I am. Where's she ported? Monrovia? Yeah, it looks like Monrovia, doesn't it? BYD Explorer number 1, in fact, no less. Well, they must have more than one then. Yeah, I don't know where she's off to Mauritius anyway. Interesting destination, Mauritius. It's not where I would expect her to go. But anyway, that's the BYD Explorer number 1. She's just spinning around here at Dock Head, and we're waiting for the Oceana Marina. She's due away next. Shipmate Osborne says they took nearly 6 weeks to fix mine. Oh, it's not your BT internet, is it? Oh, dearie me. I hope it doesn't take 6. Well, I'm only going for the weekend, so I don't really. It doesn't bother me too much if it takes 6 weeks to fix it, because I'm only going for the weekend. My shipmate on the farm, he has to put up with poor quality internet. He does have an okay internet at the moment, but it's just not good enough for live streaming from. I've discovered live streaming requires a fairly healthy bandwidth of internet, possibly because I've got so many cameras connected to my computer that it all take up bandwidth, and it's surprisingly how much it takes up. Although I noticed junction cam's gone off again. I think the water's gone into that one. There's the old noisy refueler down there at Ferrycam.
Yes, Red Jet 6, good evening, departing Town Quay.
Indeed, as shipmate Gaza says.
Copy, thank you. And traffic information. Outward bound to southward Dockhead, the BYD Explorer number 1, and the ferry traffic inward bound.
Yes, that's received. Thank you.
Indeed, as shipmate Gaza says, if I can't live stream, there is the cameras that are running all the time streaming. So she's a good point. So I think I might have to rely on those. Oh, it looks. No, I thought I could see a edge of a cruise ship there, but sorry, I was mistaken. Got overly excited I think it was a bit of a crane. Marvellous. I do like looking at the container port. So I've not had the radio on. I'm not sure if any of you shipmates have had the radio on. It's been streaming on the channel all the time. Sometimes they say when they're about to leave, or if they're going to leave early or late, or they do radio in before they leave. They don't just leave. So maybe someone's had an update. Yeah, I thought that was the cruise ship departing, but it's just the merest whiff of some containers.
Marina, VTS.
Ah, just as we're talking about Marina.
Marina, VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you. And there is no immediate traffic to affect your departure.
Right. Well, sounds like she's on time, but it's irritating. I don't quite know why we can't hear Marina, because the antenna is literally in line with her, so who knows. Anyway, a lovely experience today on the Ocean Marina.
Yeah, 641. That's complete and Western Shelf outbound.
Explorer VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you. And once you clear of the radar spray inward bound at the Hound, there's no other reported inward bound traffic.
Yeah, it was a lovely day on the Oceana Marina. They pride themselves.
Eleanor, over.
Oh, Eleanor.
Eleanor, VTS.
VTS, Eleanor. Good evening again. That's all finished with the Explorer 1. Back to 44, please.
Eleanor, VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you very much.
Yes, they pride themselves on the Oceana, like I say, it being affordable luxury. I think that's something, or their terminology or something like that. And it's a good size ship, but with quite a low number of passengers. So what it means is all the cabins are really big. They don't have any internal cabins. They've all got some level of balcony. And it just feels very spacious as you walk around the ship. And that's I happened to have lunch with a couple of shipmates. I also had
VTS, Herbie.
Herbie, VTS.
Yeah, again, finished on the Explorer. Go back to 37. Next one's the Mercer northward away.
Herbie, VTS, that's all. Copy, thank you.
I happened to sit down for lunch with a couple from Chelmsford, and the chap that was with them knows the Solent Ships YouTube channel, so that was quite interesting. He was a fellow shipmate, but the couple I was sat with, they've cruised a lot around the world and on many different lines, and they like the Oceana line. They like the space, the quality, and it's not cheap, don't get me wrong, but it's not as expensive as Regent. But I think for them that fitted perfectly. Take a quick look at the map. Oceana Marina's just off Mayflower Park. We can't quite see the edge of her. She's a relatively small ship, as you can see. I think she's just moved away from the dock side. I think she's on the way. I think she radioed in to say she was singled up. I don't know why I can't hear her. I mean, I can hear Eleanor. I can hear the tug Eleanor. I can hear the Explorer, BYD Explorer number 1. And they are much further away from the antenna. And the antenna is within visible distance of the Ocean Marina. So that's very strange, isn't it? I find radio is very confusing and also equally interesting.
BTS, red of Northwest Italy in.
Rosprey VTS, all copy, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, plenty of space on the Oceania Marina. Felt like a lovely cruising experience. Well, the shipmate Billy, it says, anyone know what time the Oceania Marina departs? I do. Now. She's departing now, basically, shipmate. She's on the move. Yep, if we go back to the map, we can see she's now drifted a little bit away from the dock, so she is on the move. So she's now departing. We should see her on the right-hand side of our screen relatively shortly. That's unlike some of the bigger cruise ships that you see quite quickly, because she's a bit narrow. We might take a second or two longer to see her. Yeah, built in 2011, and as a sort of rough size estimate, she's only got a capacity for just under 1,500 passengers. Weighs in at 66,000 gross tons. And if you consider something like the P&O Iona or P&O Avia, they're around about 180,000 something gross tons. So they're almost 3 times the size. Oh, there we go. You can see a little bit of Marina. They've been busy in Mayflower Park. As you can see, there's a whole marquee. Like 50% of one of those marquees is assembled. They've been busy working away there. It's all for the Southampton International Boat Show, which opens in a couple of weeks' time. I'm not expecting that we'll have any waivers on board the Oceania Marina today, which is a bit of a shame, but it's quite late. I'll get back to the old, if you want to wave and it's dark, put the torch on your mobile phone or the flashlight. But I don't think there's anyone on board. By about 9:15, they've already been to the buffet. They've had their gorgeous cocktail experience, probably making their way up to the show. It's a big theatre on board. Oceania Marina. I would say this cruise is inaccurately named. It's a 12-day round-trip Anglo-Saxon byways London to London. It's not London to London, it's Southampton to Southampton. Anyway, for our American friends, it's London to London. So the first port of call is quite a long way. She's got to go all the way around to Edinburgh. After that, it's Kirkwall in the Orkney Islands, followed by Stornoway in the Isle of Lewis and Harris, Belfast in Northern Ireland, and then to Greenock in Glasgow, Liverpool, then Dublin in the Republic of Ireland, then to Holyhead on Anglesey, which is an island just off of Welsh coast, then over to Cove in Ireland, and then back to Torbay in England, and then back to the port of Southampton. It's a very interesting cruise, this. One of the advantages of these smaller ships is they can get into a lot smaller ports than the large ships can. So it is an advantage. Well, and she's got lots of lights on. This is quite pretty, isn't it?
All copy, thank you. No reported traffic and have a safe onward passage.
Shipmate David WK9 says, do they ban haulage at this time of night? Not that I'm aware of, actually, shipmate. I don't think there's any ban on
Freedom VTS, good evening.
On haulage in port, because if it's foggy, you've got to start using your horn. So they can't really say it's foggy and it's after 9 o'clock at night, you can't use your horn. But I can't say I've heard it. But then equally, we don't have a lot of ships departing normally this time. Like normally they depart a lot earlier. Although this evening, Caribbean Princess, no horns. And she departed in definitely the time of day where you could have had haulage. I started off the day at the Sky Bar, which is right at the front. It's a great space.
Also, BTS, all copy, thank you. Traffic information, outward bound at the Hook Red Jet 6, followed by the Explorer number 1 at Lanes Lake, followed by the Marina lifted off for 102 berth.
Oh, yes, I've forgotten. I haven't done this at night time for a while. Unfortunately, Mr. Cootie's rather brightly lit restaurant does interfere somewhat with the proceedings this evening. There we go. You can see all this stuff. Like I said, they're all balcony. They're all balcony of some description cabins. One of the cabins I went on to, which was at the stern, was absolutely fantastic. It had massive bedroom, a whole lounge area, big bathroom, walk-in wardrobe. Even had a media room, a little tiny home cinema there with a big screen, and a big wraparound balcony at the stern. It went from the port side round to the stern. Absolutely amazing. I would be not sure. I'd like to guess how much that would cost. Quite a lot, I'd imagine. Yep, not a lot going on, is there? I think everyone's probably having a post-meal cocktail somewhere, or a nightcap. There's the O from Oceania, their logo. Yeah, no, that's the pool deck you can see at the top. That's where I was earlier. And then the main restaurant is at the stern. One of the things they have is they do have specialty dining on board. All this special.
BTS Marina.
Marina, VTS.
Evening again, just approaching the Pierhead Boy outbound.
Marina, VTS, that's all copy, thank you. What's your clear view with bound Red Osprey? There's nothing else immediate for you.
All received, thank you.
They do have specialty dining on board, and what was interesting is there are a number of specialty restaurants on board, and they are no extra cost. They're all included in the price. Everyone gets, depending on the grade of cabin you have, you get guaranteed choice of at least one visit to one of the specialty restaurants. If you're one of the better grades, you can go as many times as you like to the specialty restaurant. They have one called Jack's, which is a fine dining French restaurant. And they've got a Asian fusion restaurant, which apparently is very popular, based on a restaurant in San Francisco. Of course, they've got the main dining room, which is very good. That's where I had lunch. And the main dining room is towards the... Actually, I think it was towards the bow. I'm trying to think where it was. I think I must have had one too many red wines. Yeah, no, the main restaurant was towards the one end. It was towards one end. Not sure if it was the front end or the back end. No, it was towards the back end. Very well lit up. They have a lot of Lalique glass on their stairways and all around the ship. Yeah, this is unusual. I've not done a dark live stream for quite some time. I've forgotten all the problems with the lights. Oh, it's so bright. That's always something to complain about, isn't it? Lots of Americans on board. Very popular with the American audience are the SirenaCruise ships. I think probably that's why they're calling this the London to London cruise. Oh, I can see a few shipmates up and about, up on the decks. Well, the shipmate Shepherd book says, is it a super long stream with a galley break or a second stream take? No, this is a super long stream with a galley break. Yeah, it's only 2 ships and there's a massive gap in between them. Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. The shipmate Carol Andrews says, was I allowed to film with it? Yes, I was, and I did film it, and yes, I will make a film, and I'm not sure when that will be. It'll take a little while. It's surprising how long it takes me to make little films. I'm always keen to make little films of my visits onto all these ships, but it takes quite a long time to edit. So I would say for every... Oh, we've got 2 ferries here. For every minute of film that I've turned into a video, probably takes me an hour to edit. Doesn't sound right, does it? But it really does. So if I make a 10-minute YouTube video, it probably takes me 10 hours to make. I'm quite busy at the moment, so I can't always fit it in. So I've got lots halfway through. I'm terrible, aren't I? Terrible captain. Boy, there's shipmate $1 watching from Miami. Oh, well, you've got a lot of cruise ships in the port of Miami. Welcome aboard, shipmate. Yeah, it's unusual. I've not done a nighttime broadcast in a while.
Well, Prospect details all copy, thank you. Traffic information, Red Jet 6 making their approaches to Cowes. And then you have the BYD Explorer, outward bound Cadland, followed by the Marina passing Ocean Dock.
Now, unfortunately, the smaller cruise ships sort of disappear behind the end of Town Quay there. Well, shipmates, like I say, I did promise you that I'd live stream every day this week, but I'm off to the farm tomorrow, and the farm apparently is having problems with their internet connection, which might not be up to live streaming. So, if I'm not live streaming, don't worry, the cameras are running all the time, so you'll still be able to see the ships departing. It's just that you won't be able to hear me waffling on. Of course, that might be a good thing. All there is over the mute button, of course. Yeah, this is interesting to do this at night time. It's been a while since I've done a nighttime broadcast. What normally happens is the end of October, the clocks go back, and we have some dark and dreary evenings, and before you know it, we've gone from broadcasting in wonderfully bright light to the darkness of winter. There we go. There she's passing the Ocean Quay now. Yep, lovely ship, well appointed, lots of artwork on board, lovely common space. There was a lovely library area. That looked just the perfect place after a beautiful 5-course lunch to sit there with a good book. Hoy there, shipmate, all at sea, says Cooties probably the best indie move I've had. Yes, he's very good, is Cooties. He's won lots of awards, so I would definitely say if you're in the port of Southampton, you fancy a good Indian meal. I can't knock Cooties. He's very good. Mr. Cooties does a good job there. One of the advantages of this sort of broadcast this time of night is you do start to get some colours reflecting on the water rather nicely. Does make a change, doesn't it? All looks different. All the masts here in Town Quay Marina flapping about.
Also, VTS looking, thank you. All free to VTS, copy, thank you.
I had a friend lived on a yacht down Town Quay Marina. He used to complain about the red jets, especially late at night. He said, you go to bed at 10 o'clock, get into your bunk, all nice and comfy. The red jet comes in and wobbles you all about. Very unsettling. Right, shipmates, hope you've enjoyed that rather long extended one. And as I say, I'm not sure if I'm going to be broadcasting or not tomorrow because I'm not sure about the internet connection on the farm. It may or may not be adequate. But in the meantime, many thanks for joining me on this live stream. Many thanks to all my subscribers. And if you haven't subscribed, please do think about subscribing. It will help the channel out greatly. It's amazing the number of people who haven't heard of the channel. Although I did meet 2 shipmates today on the Oceania Marina. Commodore Steve and Dave something or other. I can't remember his name. But good to meet you, shipmates. One from Bournemouth, one from Chelmsford. And thank you to all my PayPals, donors, Patreons, and members of the channel. Like I say, I'll either be back online tomorrow evening or it'll be next week. Of course, most of all, thanks to the Blue Spanners who are so good at telling me that what I've got wrong and what's not working. Sometimes on these broadcasts, I can't actually hear what's going on, what's being transmitted. But they're quite good at telling me what's going on. I hope you enjoyed that, shipmates. And I shall see you next week. Till next time.
VTS, Marina.
Marina, VTS.
Good evening again. That's off Western Shelf outbound, and I have the figures for you if you're ready.
Marina, VTS, yes, I'm ready.
Guest 1187, crew 759 plus 1.
Marina, VTS. That's all copy, thank you very much.